Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening and welcome back to Computerized Start Live. I am your host, Justin D. Morgan, and if you're looking at my thumbnail, you are probably wondering what the news update is. Today in the US, it is Groundhog Day, that day where people across the country watch in eager anticipation as Puxatawny Phil is pulled out of his cage to see if he sees his shadow. And I am completely ignoring that news report. And I am going to Concord Charlie, who did not see his shadow today. So it looks like there might be an early Marchintosh in our future. Although Marchintosh does officially start March 1st, but what's working on some of those projects early? And with that, I think the wrong point. I think the laughing groundhog here can just go away. All right, let's see who we have in the chat. We have Dave's Vintage Apple Tech, Jack68K, Everything is Broken Garage, KMac Vintage, Trina's Technobabble, Retro Tech or Die. Hello, everybody. We probably also have people lurking in the background. All right. I am going to get right to the project, although I'm just about to bid on an item on eBay. Oh, wait, I do have some announcements first. I have set a new coffee goal for the month. Because why not? It is February. And with February comes the month where my birthday falls. So I haven't decided exactly what I want to buy. I have a few ideas. So I have set a goal that would help me fulfill some of those ideas. So check that out. Coffee link should be in the video description. And I also believe I do have a wonderful goal there. And for anyone that thinks that that amount is some sort of a reference to some thing that people smoke, no, that's actually more just taking my soon-to-be age and multiplying it by another number. And it unfortunately results in the same number, but hey, if you want to think the other thing, go right ahead if that floats your boat. Or whatever else. But yes, actually, Dave, I have an LC3, but you know, there are a few computers on my list. There are actually also a couple of potential basement upgrades on my list, some of which aren't that expensive, but that would help me do it. The most expensive part of what I've thought of would be a roll of Romex wire, which, thanks to the price of copper, is more expensive this year than I thought it was in past years. I could use a few electrical outlets. Hey, Retro Tech Chris! Well, it's also legal in several states in the US, but I just wanted to disclaim that was just an unfortunate coincidence. But yes, also, if anyone thinks I look young, well, the gray hair's under my hat, so there's no need for spending money on Just for Men when you have a cap. It's actually a money saver. And quite honestly, the gray hair doesn't bother me. So anyways, my birthday will come later this month. I haven't decided if I'm going to do anything special streaming related on my birthday, for my birthday, etc. I might very well do it because I'm going to try to take the day off, and Who knows? Maybe I might do a longer stream and work on a special project. And all right. Well, don't know if I was successful or not, but let's get on with today's stream. Yes, embrace the grays. Shows wisdom. All right, so the first thing on my bench is the IDE controller I was trying to use last week because... Oh, hey, Jeremy. I see that you snuck into the chat. And the reason it's on my workbench is because in all of the pulling ROMs out of the socket to swap them out, I broke the socket. And I have since realized that I need to use the socket for something, like the XT IDE Universal BIOS. So the first thing I'm going to do is I am going to remove the socket so that I can replace it. I believe I have some replacement sockets floating around my workbench somewhere because I had them out on Dave's stream. If anyone's wondering what I did break, well, actually, I actually broke it in half, but I also pulled the... that alone wouldn't stop me, except for I also broke this this pin here. So, and that's kind of a important pin because that is one of the addressor data lines. So anyways, I'm going to attempt to remove this socket without damaging it. And I am going to use this opportunity to try something I saw in another YouTube video, which doesn't necessarily mean it's a great idea, but I did run it by one of my coworkers that is better at soldering than I am to see if it was something that would work, or is it like a, ooh, I scared him and he said don't. Anyways, I saw it on the YouTube channel Borderline OCD, and he used, or I think that's the channel I saw it on, and he used some quick chip SMD removal alloy to remove a through-hole part. Now, I found this stuff. It is SRA fast chip. The alloy in the actual metal bits is the same as quick chip, and it cost less. So I bought the budget brand. I may regret it, but I bought the budget brand. So I am going to use this IDE card, which is not particularly rare or valuable. I mean, it is replaceable. Also, I think the way the traces are on the back, I think I'm going to run less of a risk of damaging them, and the solder mask is in good condition. But that is exactly why I'm going to try this card first, because it looks like it would be more resilient to me practicing. Yeah, I know, I'm getting to the point, Trina. I'm also warming up the soldering irons, because I forgot to. Yeah, I got to introduce everyone to the project and tell everyone why I'm trying it. To then inevitably have someone comment on it anyways. Yeah, I know, Jeremy, you get what you pay for, but I have used SRA products before, and, well, some of them are okay. I mean, I don't really like their no clean flux as well, but let me just put it this way. I'm not going to use the included no clean tacky flux. I'm instead going to use the rest of my sample 88 up. So there is one other thing I'm going to do before I forget. And that is, I am going to set my soldering iron and my desolder station back to 750 degrees Fahrenheit because I had them cranked up for something else, and this low melt stuff shouldn't need a higher temperature. So, the week of Macs for you. Also, let me see if I can make this card lay down a little flatter. All right, so the ROM chip is... All right, so this is the ROM chip here. Let me see if I can get just a little bit closer. There we go. So I believe, after talking with my coworker, what I need to do here is I need to apply this desoldering aid with a normal iron temperature because I have to melt the solder that's on here and let it mix with the fast chip. And then I should be able to reduce the temperature as I convince the socket to come out. I might also use the hot air station to aid in getting the socket out, but I'll be able to turn the temperature down because I will now have a lower melting point, because this stuff here, I believe, is mostly bismuth, which has a low melting point. And it will mix with what should be lead and tin to make a different alloy with a lower melting point. Or at least that's the theory. Also, I will let you know in advance that this stuff is probably going to act seemingly weird. Oh, that's cool. I have a little stalactite of quick chip, or fast chip. Inevitably, this stream is going to be brought to us by getting trademarks mixed up. All right, so now I believe Jeremy, I think Dan was live streaming the other day. If you're wondering if he's been making content, I think I saw he's done a couple live streams the past couple weekends. Oh, all right. So now, let me go plug in my hot air station. I don't leave it plugged in, and I forgot to plug it in. There we go. All right, so I am going to turn my hot air station and set it to Got it set to 200 degrees Fahrenheit, or 200 degrees Celsius. And if this works the way I think it should, this socket should pretty much just fall right out, or come right out as soon as I get this hot enough. Although I may use my tweezers to encourage it to come out. And if this isn't enough, I'll turn it up to like 250. Hey Adam, welcome. I'm trying a new through-hole part removal process. And I don't know exactly what temperature I need, but I'm hoping it's lower than... All right, so let me go up to 250 Celsius. Basically, I'm hoping the fast chip will have lowered the melting point of the solder so that it will take less heat to get the part to come out, which I'm hoping will... Although I may need to use some solder braid. Oh, you know, I think that's the thing I forgot. I think I do need to actually use some solder braid first, but hopefully this will... Jeremy, I have a PCB vise. The only problem is on Dave's stream I melted the board holders. So it's not really a PCB vise at the moment. It's more of a takes up space, does nothing. Also, word to the wise, if you're trying to hot air remove components that are right beside the plastic board holders on a PCB vise, put Captain tape on them. Da 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 da. That PSA has been brought to you by, I haven't had a chance to see if the manufacturer of my board vise sells replacements. I have another board holder, but well, actually, you know, maybe the only problem with it, its arms are kind of, well, I guess I can see if it's strong enough to hold this board. Oh, hey, 1-Bit Fever Dreams. The PC games are in another computer. Yeah, hot air is better suited for SMD components. Yeah, I should have probably known that. Although, you know, I just realized I didn't turn the temperature down on my soldering iron, but the solder is coming out very easily. All right, let me get the other side, and then I may try some more of this chip quick stuff, or fast chip stuff. Because if it works on this board, I got something I want to do to the 386 motherboard. But I only want to do it if I can reduce the risk that I'll just damage the board. So I've already damaged one board this week. I don't want to make it two. It's just one of them didn't happen on my stream. It happened on Dave's stream. And because I was actually muted at the time and didn't realize it when I was admitting that I had just destroyed a board, well, I didn't make a big deal of it on his stream. Yes, if you're on someone else's stream and no one seems to be letting you get a word in edgewise, check to make sure your microphone's not muted. Because it might be that they're not letting you get a word in edgewise because they can't hear you. Yeah, I did destroy a board. It wasn't really anything I'm too sad over. I'll just... It was that Orchid video card, if anyone's wondering. I managed to, like, somehow in trying to get the 4 RAM chips off that I thought one of them was bad, I managed to, like, destroy just about every single trace under the memory chips. And quite honestly, I'm not even sure how I managed to do something that bad. Other than that board, either that board was actually made cheaper than I thought it was, like way cheaper, or there was something wrong with the board. Oh, well, I got part of this, part of the socket's, like, half of it's almost out. That's good. Let me see if I can't maybe encourage it to come out. Oh yeah, it's almost out. It's almost fallen out. There we go. And I should be able to wick that out very easily. And then I bet if I do that same thing to this other side here, although maybe I should add just a bit more flux to the board. And I think that other half of the socket just... Oh, there we go. Look at that. Oh, you can't see. Ta-da! Oh, cool, Adam. Well, depending on what time you stream, I'll try to catch part of it. I'll be at work, but sometimes on a Friday afternoon I can, like, sneak listening to a stream in the background on my phone. So I might be lurking more than anything, but hey, I'll try to check out part of it if I can. Also, I have discovered that this SRA wick that I'm really not crazy over Does totally fine removing this fast chip stuff. Of course, I'm sure any copper braid would. It's got such a low melting point. Yep. So if I successfully repair this ROM socket with this method, I might try removing one of the 74 series logic chips off the 386 motherboard. So quite honestly, I would like to test them. Although, I gotta make sure I've got sockets first. Alright, let me try cleaning this up on the other side. Oh, cool. Actually, I think these vias look pretty good, but I just want to make sure they're clean. Also, I'm trying not to use my desolder station tonight because I think I've got it on, I've got it heated up, but I don't think it's heating to the proper temperature, so I've got a replacement heating element for it because it came with it, but by golly, looking at the way I think it installs, I think I'd just rather buy a new handpiece. Because I get the impression you have to crimp in the new heating element, which seems annoying to me, but... Well, alright, so I'm looking at the board. And interestingly enough, it looks like I have two vias that are completely clean and... a whole bunch that look like, well, maybe it's just flux in them. I can't tell. Also, it does look like I did remove some of the solder mask, but, well, I guess not as much as I have on some other boards with other methods. So maybe this method is slightly less risky to the board. All right, let me clean this flux off the board so I can get a good look at the trying to get the flux off the board so I can see if these vias are, if it's solder or flux in them. All right. Well, Ah, okay. Looks like it might have just been flux. So let me see if I can find the sockets that are most likely in a random spot on my workbench. Oh, here they are. See, there's the notch. There we go. Socket went right in. Guess I probably ought to dry the board. Yeah, they're clear. It's just when I was looking at them through the light, two of the vias looked larger than the rest. Even though not in the light, all the vias looked the same diameter, but through the light, two of them looked larger than the rest. So I thought there was something in the vias, but I suspect it was probably just flux. Because after scrubbing the board, while they don't look the same size, they're much closer now than they were. All right, so let me try to... Oh, hi, Retro Techie. Well, that's annoying. Okay. Well... Okay, so I couldn't get the blue tack to stick to the board. So I'm just going to solder the two corners while I push the socket with carefully push the socket into place with my fingers, but in a spot that's not exactly underneath where I'm soldering. Okay. Make sure the socket looks good. All right, let me get the rest of these points. Oh, and I spilled my isopropyl alcohol. Oh, 1-bit fever dreams. The socket that was on the board, the original socket on the board, broke. It broke in half, and one of the pins broke just from removing and inserting different ROM chips. So I need to put the ROM chips I was trying to put in it actually ended up not working in the system, so I need to replace the socket so that I can put the XT IDE Universal BIOS on the board, which will require some finagling due to this board wants a 27C256, which is twice as large as the XT IDE Universal BIOS needs, so I'm going to have to, make sure I write the BIOS correctly to make sure the upper half is zeros. Or the lower half is zeros. I thought about making some little adapter board that you could put on a board like this between the ROM and the card, and it would let you use a ROM that was half the size. So basically somehow not let the ROM respond if you were trying to access the half of the ROM you didn't want it to respond to. But for now, I'll just settle with making sure there's zeros in half the ROM so that the ROM won't pull the bus up. One bit fever dreams, that would be a whole lot easier if I had a sink down here. I don't have a sink in the basement. Which is why you never see me rinse the board with water first. Oh, that's not good. Also, this flux is not water soluble. Well, that would require me to have a bucket of water down here. That would require me to think to buy a bucket. I don't have a bucket I can use, really. Sometimes I gotta stream with what I got, and I don't got a bucket. At least not one that I'd put PCBs in, I'll put it that way. Oh, okay. Well, Jeremy, that would require me to have a shoebox-sized box that I could put water in and not spill it on either the hardwood floor or the wood steps coming downstairs. Because there is no sink down here in the basement. So I would have to carry a bucket of water or a shoebox of water, which would be even more dangerous over hardwood floors. Well, Trina, maybe my next coffee goal is for a sink for the basement so that I don't have to carry a bucket of water across hardwood floors to get it down to the basement. One Bit Fever Dreams suggests I rinse the board first, water first, alcohol next, since your flux and alcohol mix is still spread on my board. Adam, I know they've got things called pipes I could install, but I don't have a sink to then hook up to pipes. I know you all are trying to solve my problems, and I'm trying to tell you why I haven't solved them yet. Yes, I know. I probably... And also, this flux, I don't know. I mean, I could go take this board upstairs and rinse it in water if you really think it'll help. I mean, I've got some water down here, but it's my expensive water for rinsing boards after ultrasonically cleaning them. Oh, okay. No, those two are on the same plane. Never mind. Okay. Yeah, I know. I know, seriously. I was talking with a coworker. He's willing to help me install the sink. I just have to get the sink. I would use my coffee goal to put towards a sink. Yes, I could walk upstairs and rinse it in the upstairs sink, but that would require me to put y'all on hold and rinse it in the sink. Okay, since you all are insisting I go rinse it, let me go rinse it. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go rinse the board in water. I'll be right back. All right, I've rinsed it in water. Seriously, I don't like putting you guys on hold, and guys and gals on hold, because first of all, I think it's rude. And second of all, I might miss when someone donates to my coffee goal. Thank you, Trina. All right, Trina has contributed towards my sink. Yeah, I think, and third of all, well, I can't take you upstairs with me. And fourth of all, you know how many times I zapped myself just getting up out of this chair? I didn't really want to carry a board upstairs, so I was afraid I would electrostatically zap it. So anyways, I rinsed the board in the sink. So full screen my camera. Oh, I'm catching up on chat here. Okay, so yeah, all right. Sinkathon. 3D print me a beige sink. Actually, Lowe's has a sink on sale right now. Although it's just the sink, I'd have to buy a faucet for it, but it's a nice utility sink on sale for like 80 bucks. Plus then I have to buy a faucet for it, but those are fairly cheap because it's a utility sink. I don't need like a kitchen grade sink. Actually, I don't think a used kitchen sink would really help me, Jeremy, because then I would have to put I would have to put in counters. I was going to get a utility, one of those basin sinks. That'd be more functional for utility work than. All right, so now I'm rinsing this with isopropyl to get the flux off that the water didn't rinse. And at some point, I'm just going to put this through the ultrasonic cleaner, probably. Yeah. Let me do a continuity check. Oh, and actually, interestingly enough, the sink I was looking at on Lowe's website, they charge more for beige. Go figure. I do not know how that works, but they're charging more for the beige-ish one. All right. Yeah, because actually what I want to do is I'd like to put in a basin sink where ultimately, I mean, it would go where ultimately I'll put a bathroom down here, but, well, bathrooms cost a heck of a lot more than a basin sink. So, and then I'll probably move my ultrasonic cleaner beside it. Retrotech tax. Yeah, they know how much retro's coming back, therefore they're charging more. Well, I don't know if it was beige proper, but it was like, I forget which 3 colors they had. But the one that was the cheapest was black. So you could buy the sink in black, and it's like $79. But the other 2 colors, which I think were like a beigey white and a silver, those were like $90-some. And I don't think I can make something like that up. Yeah. Charge more for beige. I mean, yes, thank you, Trina. I saw that. I mean, I saw the notification. I didn't. Well, at least I saw the on-screen notification. Ah, yes, that will partially go towards a sink. Yay. Well, Retrotech Chris, I don't know when VCF East is. Well, I would like to go. Well, no worries, Adam. Trina was away, so I said thank you again. Part way towards the sink. Well, Jeremy, yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's why it's the cheapest one. It's hard to tell you're cleaning anything. But on the flip side, though, if it's a black sink, because it's those plastic utility sinks, you can clean all the tomato sauce dirtied stuff in it that you want, and it won't turn red. April 14th, 15th, 16th. I'll have to look at my work calendar. Yeah, you want a beige sink, you pay the retro tax. That's exactly it. All right. So I think I've soldered on this socket. I think it's soldered decently well. I need to let the isopropyl alcohol dry now because I got all the flux off. Because I see one spot of solder that I do not like. Honestly, I should... Oh, yeah, you know, I just realized. I washed this board and I realized there's one other thing I needed to do to it. One of these caps looks bad. I just saw it. I should have made myself a note. But yeah, that cap there, I don't know what's up with it, but that just doesn't look good. All right, well, I guess I'll all right, let me accelerate the drying here. Oh, VCF Southwest. Ryan, thank you. Ryan just contributed towards the beige tax. Every little bit helps. Okay, for anyone wondering, I just have this set to 100 degrees C. I just want to try to get the isopropyl alcohol to dry, nothing more. Well, I guess it also helps get any trapped water out from under things too. All right, that's probably dry enough. Okay, for this next part though, I'm just going to go with the desolder station and we'll see if it cooperates. All right, so I think that cap that looks bad is here. And here. And here. Yeah, VCF East is probably about a 5-hour. VCF East is 5 hours from me. If it's 4 hours from Chris, I think that makes it about 5 hours for me. Maybe 5.5 hours. It depends on how traffic is in Northern Virginia. Okay. Whoop. Okay, so I'm going to, because this capacitor, all right, so that's, oh yeah, okay. So, anytime I remove components, I'm curious. Is it actually bad? It's getting replaced anyways. %2 voltage loss. Well, I don't think it's, all right, let me see which of these 10 microfarads fit best. An ESR of 2.8 ohms, I don't know, is necessarily bad on a 10 microfarad capacitor. I don't know that's necessarily good either. Let me see what one of these new caps reads. That was a lousy reading. That ESR is twice as high. Ugh. You know, maybe these caps here are, maybe didn't quite get the right ones. Those aren't low ESR caps. Okay. All right, well, these caps are a little bigger, but I think they'll fit. Let's see what their ESR is like. Oh, 5 ohms. You know, quite honestly, given what I read on this capacitor I removed, I'm putting it back because it's testing better than these replacements. I guess the important thing is I double checked it. I don't know what the little depression on the top of it is, but since I don't see any signs of leakage, I think I'm going to presume that that depression on the top is a factory defect and not a sign that it's vented. Since it tests better, so. I'll use it. And all I have to say about getting stuck in a traffic jam in Richmond, Adam, is that's why I don't go to Richmond very often. I try to avoid it. Though I think the Apple store in Richmond will soon be getting my a visit from me because I'm going to have them replace the battery in my phone, since they could do it while I wait. And something tells me I need to do it sooner rather than later, because I think I read something about them increasing the price of their battery replacements. But the Richmond Apple Store is the closest one to me. All right, that cap is back on the board because it is reading better than the replacements I bought. So, all right. All right, so I've got this card repaired. And let me take a look at where I can set the oh, that's right. There was one solder blob I wanted to remove here. Oh, wait, that's just a long pin. That's why it looks that way. Okay, that's fine. Oh yeah, and there was one other one of these pins on this socket. I wanted to add just a bit more solder too because it looked under soldered. All right, so I think that's on. So now the card is repaired and I could put the XTIDE Universal BIOS on it. With one problem. The XTIDE Universal BIOS goes on an 8 or a 16K ROM chip, and this board wants a 32K ROM chip. And if I put the IDE Universal BIOS on it on a 32K ROM chip at the address that I really need to put it at, because this board doesn't support D000. Oh, wait. But I can make it support D000. Then at least the 32K ROM chip would not potentially overlap with the... Ideally, I put the XTIDE Universal BIOS at D800 because that's where I think it normally likes to live. But since I have to use a 32K ROM chip, I don't want to overlap ROMs, even if the ROM has zeros in it. I don't really want to overlap it with the system BIOS, even with zeros in it. So anyways, I can configure this board for C. Is it CC00 or do I want C800? I can configure it for one of those two, and then the first half of the ROM chip needs to be zeros, and then that puts the XTIDE Universal BIOS at D000. Math is fun. All right, so... Dough, yeah. Dough! Yeah, if I could only put it at that address. Now I gotta do the math. Let's see. Because, of course, off stream, I calculated where I need to put it. Okay. 1048. Oh, what? Okay, divided by 16. That is programmer. Hold on, I'm yeah, 1000. So yeah, 80s PC stuff works like 70s Apple stuff. Yeah. So, if I got a 30, let's see. So C000 and D000 are 64K apart. So I need to configure this board for C800 to put the XTIDE Universal BIOS at D000. Okay. And write it to the upper half of the ROM. So there we go, there's that. And there's the enable jumper. So now I have to even see if I have what I need to do this, because the XTIDE Universal BIOS is just a little bit annoying, because it's not like I can just write the ROM image to a BIOS chip, plug it in, and it goes. I actually have to go download the compiled ROM chip, or download the precompiled BIOS. So at least I don't need to build it. I can use the precompiled one. Have to create a DOS boot floppy, because ideally I need to, although I don't necessarily have to use a DOS boot floppy, I don't want to load any memory management. But I got to put the utility that you download from their website and the BIOS. You run the utility, you configure the BIOS, you save it, so it'll actually change that BIOS image with your configuration, and then you write that to the ROM chip. But it works good. It works well. And I'm hoping it'll work better than the ROM I tried to use to get large disk support, because that actually didn't work. I cannot use a flash ROM in this board, because I don't have any flash ROMs that are pin compatible with the 27C256, and that's what this board wants. The 28C256, which I do have some of, is not pin compatible with the 27C256. And I don't feel like trying to make an adapter to make it work, because I only have one 28-pin ROM socket left. And it's not a style that's designed to actually plug into another ROM socket. Yes, I need to order sockets. Also, I do see that my internet connection keeps going, yay, boo, yay, boo. So all of which I have to say to Comcast is, my groundhog's laughing at you, and they don't care. Hey, Thomas, welcome. And Francois, welcome. Yeah. I really don't know if that groundhog's actually laughing, but it looks like it's laughing, so. You got 16 27C256s at VCF Midwest for $1 total. Well, Adam, I might have to just give you $1 plus shipping and have you get me some next VCF Midwest, because I bought, I think last time I bought 27C256s, I paid $1 for one. Hi, Thomas. Oh, and that didn't include shipping. All right, let's see. So, I guess if I go grab my compact flash card reader. Oh, this is it's a DTC 2280E. I got it off eBay, the same place where I buy the rest of all my other bad ideas. I was trying to put a Promise IDE socket in it previously. I cannot get the... Jeremy, I don't know if this is the Promise controller card. If it is, it's not marked Promise. It's DTC Datatech. So maybe it's their Promise controller card clone, but it's not a Promise controller card. I mean, if it is, Promise sure didn't do a good job of putting their brand name on it. Yeah, I think it's DTC's clone of Promise's card. Anyways, I actually tried to put a Promise BIOS on this card, and my 386 motherboard will not, it will not initialize that promise BIOS correctly. You see the banner for the promise BIOS, and then you see it disappear, and the system starts to boot. The thing I don't see the promise BIOS do is I do not see it try to scan for the secondary IDE port, which it's supposed to do. I do not see it scan for drives, and it does not configure any drives in system memory. Well, Jeremy, it does say EIDE Ultima Pro, but it does not say promise. But on the bottom of the card, it says DTC Data Tech. That is why I am contending this is not a promise, actually a promise brand card, but is apparently a clone of one. Because I mean, as I tried to use Promise's BIOS in it, and it didn't work. For whatever reason. I do not know if that is because it's incompatible with my 386 motherboard, or if it somehow detects that this card isn't a genuine Promise card and refuses to continue loading. But I mean, the Promise BIOS, when I put it in this card, it pretty much showed its banner and then stopped loading because it was supposed to scan for drives on the primary bus. It was supposed to scan for a secondary bus, and then it was supposed to scan for drives, and it never started scanning for a secondary bus. So it is quite possible that BIOS detected that it was running on a clone Promise card and said, "See you later." Oh. Well, it might be a clone of a Promise card. But I'll tell you that, I mean, I tried using the Promise BIOS, and it did not work at all. Now, it is quite possible, the problem is that my 386 motherboard might be using an unlicensed AMI BIOS. But apparently there were some motherboards at the time that were shipping with unlicensed BIOSes. And that might actually be why it's not scanning option ROMs correctly. Maybe the BIOS is not quite correct. Oh, I mean, I do have Promise IDE cards. Or I have a Promise IDE card. I don't remember if I tried booting from it in that 386. Actually, I think I did try to boot from it, and it didn't work. That's right. I did try to boot the Promise card in that card. Yeah, it's a card of broken promises. Anyways, let me see if I can find that card. Oh, here we go. So, all right, and I guess let me grab the 386. Because I'm going to need to go upstairs and grab my compact flash card reader at some point. Well, let me see what you found, Jeremy. Do they have a picture of the BIOS that's attached to this? Because this card didn't have a BIOS on it. It didn't come with one. I didn't know it was supposed to come with one. I thought it was an optional thing. Oh, what do you know? Well, okay, well, it looks like I won't have to necessarily go... Chris, I'm tentatively thinking that I was going to make a trip up to the DC area on... And now I'm bringing up a calendar to make sure I was thinking either maybe March 16th or March 17th. Because I think I can probably finagle a day off then, and it hopefully will also be outside the zone of increased inclement weather risk. That, and I got kind of too many things going on this month. I volunteered to lead up Engineers Week this year at work. Because sometimes I don't know when to step backwards. No, actually, I like Engineers Week, so I'm willing to, I was more than willing to volunteer. Yeah, it's, hold on, I'm pulling the 386 out here. So this card, it is a LG Prime 3B chipset. Or, well, I guess actually it's just a Prime 3B chip. Because chipset would imply there's more than one LG chip. Everything else looks like standard logic chips. So, all right, see you later, Francois. Yeah, Jeremy, that does actually look like a BIOS for this card. So, let me see if I can find a 27C256. I think I have some freshly erased ones. Anyways, I was going to show though. This is the BIOS I tried. I tried this card. I think I tried this card, and I also tried taking the BIOS off of it and putting it in the DTC card, and it did not work on the 386 motherboard. Not in this card, and not using the BIOS on another card. So, yeah. Well, I work in the engineering department where I work, so it's kind of the time where we take an opportunity to celebrate what we've done. Also, there actually is a National Engineers Week that the and we usually line up with it. Oh, hold on. It is the Discover Engineering. Here we go. Happy Engineers Week. So, no, that's not an ISA raid card, Jeremy. It's just that promise card. That this actual promise card that I have, it is a card that you would add to your system to give you LBA support for a system that doesn't support large disks. It's just my 386 motherboard didn't like this card at all, and it did the same thing. You saw the banner, the initial banner, and then it failed to scan for anything. It just exited. So let me grab a EEPROM here. Actually, let me just bring all my EEPROMs over. Okay, I believe my 27C256s are all erased, because I think I distinctly remember running my UV chip eraser, which is probably one of my less dubious purchases off eBay. Although by less dubious, I mean it actually worked after I replaced the light bulb in it, because the seller didn't package it quite well and the bulb broke, but the unit itself was so sturdily made out of metal that it survived. So less dubious. Yeah, I seem to be the master of buying things that aren't packaged well. Although, Adam might win the prize of the month for worst packaged Mac on eBay because he just got an LC3 and I believe it had absolutely zero packing material. So, I mean, my LC2 came with nearly zero packing material. It was protected by one single piece of bubble wrap and a keyboard. But Adam's LC3 was like zero. Actually, Thomas, yeah, my nail cure station, which I would like to call my UV solder mask cure station, would probably work well, but I actually have a purpose-made UV chip eraser, which I think I actually bought before the UV. Yeah, the Dremel's pretty well packed. Yeah, I know. I need to take the Dremel out and use it, but I'm afraid I might do an 8-bit guy thing if I take it out of the package, so that's why I haven't opened it yet. Actually, it's because I bought it on clearance. I bought it like on super clearance and haven't needed a Dremel since. It's one of those ironic things. You don't have a Dremel, you find all sorts of things where you need a Dremel, then you buy a Dremel, and by golly, I haven't yet needed it. Not even for those things I thought I needed the Dremel for. It's one of those cruel ironies of buying tools. Although in reality, the day I bought this Dremel, I actually bought 2 Dremels. I have used the other one. Although the other Dremel I bought is actually one of their rotozips. It's a Dremel rotozip. I should take this out of the box, but then I'd need to find another board prop. So while some YouTubers use Dremels to do dubious things to vintage computers, I apparently use Dremels to prop boards up so I can insert expansion cards into them without the bracket hitting the desk and causing weird issues of putting strain on things that shouldn't have strain on them. Okay, Ryan, you would definitely win, but I would probably be sad if you did that. Yeah, Ryan's saying, I will just put the shipping label directly on your AT and ship it that way, then I can win worst packing award. Yeah. Yes. Yes, this is my board lifter, my Binford 9000 board lifter. It has a lithium-ion battery in it for maximum board lifting when it decides to go because I haven't opened it and it expands and pops and goes. And that was me being silly. What was, oh, that's right. Oh, here we go. All right, so Jeremy sent the link. I downloaded the bin files for this card. There's actually 3 bin files. And because I don't have any better ideas, I'm going to first try the latest version because reasons. Even though it's it's a little over a year newer. Okay, well, I'll try the latest version. How's that? Let's see here. Downloads, version 2.2a. Let's see, binary, normal. I can fill the ROM. All right. Device, blank check. Yes, I actually did remember to turn the eraser on. So, program. All right, I am burning a ROM. It is still burning, still burning, still burning, still burning. Verifying and done. Took 10.2 seconds to program a 32K BIOS. And now let me after I program it, I always do another verify session. Just double check. Yep, all right. Kind of like Santa Claus, except I burn a ROM and check it twice. I'm going to find out which ones are naughty and nice, and when I find naughty ROMs, I throw them away, or at least try to. Well, actually, no. Inevitably, I try erasing them again and again and again, thinking I might get a different result. And well, sometimes it's because I didn't run the erase long enough, but sometimes it's because these do have a finite lifespan. And now, before I get too many people complaining I'm not covering the window, although in reality, there's not enough UV in my basement to erase this chip. Although I say that and I'll get the random stray photon of UV that would actually, it'll erase and I'll have trouble. I'll put a piece of gaffer's tape over it to protect it. All right, so I'll just put this ROM chip in the new socket. And there we go. And I'll put this in the same slot I've been using. Yep, burn once, verify twice. I usually they work, but sometimes I've actually if I've got a marginal ROM chip, it actually it will actually I have actually had them fail the second verify. And I found that out by I trusted the verify that happened as a result of burning it, and then I put it in something, and then it didn't work, and then I put it back in and did the second verify, and it failed. So that's why I always I follow it with the second verify to cut out the middleman, as so to say. So let's see here. Oh, it's snowing a bit there, Adam. Okay, well, hopefully you've bought your bread and milk so you can have a milk sandwich tomorrow. Most ridiculous grocery shopping suggestion in history for snowstorm preparation. I would quite honestly prefer other things other than, in addition to bread and milk, but yeah, I saw your duo disc. Yeah, you're like yeah, that was a sad duo disc. I mean, I know I bought a duo disc and it got a little damaged in shipping, but yours had a sad in shipping. Ice cream and Coca-Cola. Well, Adam, that sounds like a winner too. I mean, if all right. Oh, power supply. That would probably help. And I'm knocking things off my bench, left and right. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. I found a duo disc in a school bus. It smelled bad. Not as cool of a story. No, Ryan. I mean, I think the cool part of your story is that you found stuff in a school bus and were able to save it. But yeah, that's kind of, for some of those items, probably where the cool story part of it ends. Because yeah. For some of it. Although I will certainly be glad to have the AT that you saved from, actually, was that the cement mixer or concrete truck or whatever it was? Or did that come out of the school bus too? And do some woodland critters prefer duo discs to AT computers? The world might never know. I mean, after all, maybe they got it mixed up for apples. Okay, I'll stop now with the bad humor. Actually, no, I won't. You all know me better than that. Oh, same school bus. Cool. Oh, yeah, the duo disc cable. Oh, cool. Yeah, are you going to recap the LC3 yourself, Adam, or are you going to look for someone to do that? Oh, yeah. There you go, Ryan. Adam can Adam says that there are replacement cables for $20. Thomas, it's actually a Zenith. So it's going to be a clone. But it is a Zenith clone, but it looks like, I mean, it looks like an IBM. All right, so I've got the, seemingly I am missing something here. Okay. I think my 386 motherboard really does need recapped. And I might have to do it now that I've got possibly something that can help get things out sooner. It doesn't like to power up the first time. Oh, let me hide the... Well, that's a good sign. Oh, my banner's in the way. A drive error. Well, that would be because I didn't connect an A drive. And oh, there we go. Oh, that's right. I have Windows 95 on it. That's right. I got Windows 95 installed during Dave's stream. That's why it took so long to boot. Actually, Adam, I've got an LC3. I've got a recap, and it actually did boot, but the logic board looked at least as gross as yours did, especially in the audio area. But let's see here. Yes, it is Windows 95. It's seemingly stable. I was able to play Minesweeper without getting the registry cable or registry error. But the one thing is I want to go in and change the BIOS setting for the hard drive because I had the hard drive configured. The LC2 that you're getting tomorrow. All right, so on the LC2, it's probably going to be a lot like the LC3, except the LC2, I think, is the one that has the most surface mount caps on it that are electrolytic. But you're going to want to look for a dull sheen around the audio part of the board. It's probably going to be where it's the worst. The audio section of the board is going to be... so I guess if you're looking at the logic board from the front of the case, it's going to be like the back left side of the board where the audio ports are. And you'll probably see a dull sheen around those, probably a fairly large dull sheen, because they will probably all leaked by now. Also, you're going to want to check for a battery and remove it immediately, because it's probably a dead battery, but hopefully it's not a blown up battery. And the power supply is probably going to have leaked as well. So you're probably going to need to recap the power supply. Yeah, I think it's 17 caps on the LC2. Yeah, that sounds right, Thomas. I think the LC3 is... because Apple actually used a few more tantalums on the LC3. So I want to say it's not quite 17. But yeah, LC2 has a lot. LC3 is not quite as many. But I do know I do have well, it's probably hard to see sitting there, but the LC3 is setting to the side waiting for me to uh, recap it for Marchintosh. Well, Ryan, I would probably volunteer to take a look at your LC3 if it weren't for the fact that shipping to and from Canada would be ridiculous. But yeah, it's like 17 surface mount caps you have to replace. If I had my LC2 down here, I would actually point out on the board exactly what to look for. And who knows, maybe after I take a look at this computer, maybe I'll just go up and grab the LC2 and I'll actually show you what to look out for by pointing on the logic board. After all, yeah, I know, it would break the bank to ship one of those to and from me. I would, although I guess in the one case, well, no, but your power supply would need to be, probably need, actually, I don't think I have yet to see an LC power supply in one of those. LC, LC2, LC3, LC475. I don't think I've seen a one yet that hadn't already leaked. Hey, but that, Jeremy, thanks for finding that ROM. I think that's the ROM I needed for this board. Although I don't think I quite, oh, I didn't configure the board the way I wanted to, but now I was going to say, Adam, though, now shipping LC2 and an LC3 motherboard and power supply within the States, though, now that's a bit more reasonable. So yeah, I do want to reconfigure what base address I configured that ROM to, but I guess though, because now I can theoretically use a large disk on this computer. Because I believe when I formatted this compact flash card, that's right, I was limited to what the BIOS supported, which was 528 megabytes. So actually, what I'd like to do, other than dream about a slightly better video card for this computer, is there we go. That is the BIOS I needed. So if I wanted to reinstall Windows 95 yet again, I could actually have a full gigabyte on the volume. Okay, Ryan. I use Console 5 a lot for those. Yeah, it's the 504 megabyte limit. Yeah, 504 formatted, but the important thing is it's the 52% usage without that BIOS. In fact, actually, to show you, I could actually do this real quick. So if I disable that BIOS, I disable that option ROM, I'll show you what it looked like before. So, but yeah, actually, so for Ryan, the LC series, I think, actually, I was kind of wanting a, I was thinking about getting a Trident 8900D. Just I was watching a YouTube video and they were using one. I think it might have been Phil's Computer Lab or CPU Galaxy, one of the two of them. And they mentioned it was a card that had like 0 weight states, which maybe isn't important for this computer, but it did seem to be a decent card. Yeah, nice solid card, considering I only have 16-bit slots. So I thought, well, since I only have 16-bit slots in this 386, I want a solid card. Yeah, actually, Ryan, I'm gonna go, I'm gonna pull up. So, oh, I should have disabled the floppy drive, and I didn't. All right. So, Console 5, Ryan, is one place that has capacitors for the LCs. And I'm trying to find a link to copy it. I mean, they are in the States, but since a box of capacitors is fairly small, it might not be too bad to order them. So there's one option. Another option is if you want to you can go to their wiki on the product link pages, and they list all the capacitors. Another place to look is Bruce's website, recapamac.com.au. He has the capacitor lists for the LC series. Let me give you Steve, Mac84 Steve's website, because I believe what Bruce doesn't have, Steve does on his website. And let's see here. Let me double check, because I think Steve has the Steve has the Aztec power supply recapping instructions. Bruce has I think Bruce has TDK. Also, if you would like a Mauser shopping cart for a TDK power supply, send me a message on Mastodon to remind me, and I'll maybe put together because I've actually, usually for the TDK power supplies, I've been just ordering my own caps. Although, given how much some of them cost now, I may just go to Console 5 next time I need them. But I can certainly give you a Mauser shopping cart with what I would order for the TDK power supply on an LC. I could even maybe... I can't really give a shopping cart because I think I ordered my tantalums from another site. But yeah, I could even let you know what size tantalums you'd want. At least, so you could use the recapping guide and order some that'll actually fit. But yeah. Oh, all right. Thanks for joining us, Adam. We'll talk to you later. And feel free to reach out to me if you want to have me do something about your 2 LCs. So yeah. So there you go. Hopefully those links will help you figure out what you need for the LC computer. And then I would recommend, for, I guess, if you're going to rework an LC, you'll want a heat gun, like a little hot air station. And actually, this is what I use. It's just like the 858D. I mean, the heater and fan is actually in the handpiece. But these are actually fairly reasonable. And if you kind of looking, it looks cheap, but actually, if you go watch some even bigger YouTube channels like Jan Beta's channel, this is the hot air station he uses. He's got one of these on his bench, or at least last time I actually looked on his bench to see what he was using. Oh, good, yeah. Jan Beta uses an 858D, and he's got like lots more subscribers, and he still uses that. That's what he uses. I mean, it's actually, for its price, it's actually a really capable hot air station. So, okay, now if you anyone was wondering, here's what without that option ROM, this is what fdisk looked like. And if you'll note, of course, I'm pointing to my monitor and you can't see where I'm pointing. The usage was 100%. Without that option ROM, that's everything it can use. So, yeah. So with that option ROM, I could actually in fact, actually, because I've just installed Windows 95, the first edition, I could actually, I actually have a 2 gigabyte compact flash card. I could actually just go get that and actually just set up a 2 gigabyte Windows 95 system on a 386. Although, to be fair, I don't know if I'm going to keep Windows 95 on this system. But if I do, I might actually put the 2 gigabyte card in it and might actually get a partition manager. And I might like do a 1 gig DOS and a 1 gig Windows 95 partition so that I could actually run like DOS 622 and Windows 3.1 or Windows 95. And they could both have a nice 1 gigabyte partition. Because honestly, the only reason I installed Windows 95 on here is because Jeremy said it would run. I think Jeremy kind of, I don't know if he like explicitly dared me to do it, but he implicitly dared me to do it. It might have been a few streams ago, but it was pretty much a, Jeremy was saying, you should run Windows 95 on that. And I took it as a dare, so, and then it like, yeah. Actually, I almost called this stream 386th attempt to install Windows 95. Almost. Yes. Hey, I licensed that stock photo from Adobe Stock. I'm getting my money's worth out of the laughing groundhog. Although in reality, it's probably yawning, but it sure looks like he's laughing. So, yeah, I'm getting my money's worth out of that stock art purchase. So, yeah. But yeah, I just about called this stream 386th attempt to install Windows 95. But then I realized that, wait a minute, no, I got Windows 95 installed during Dave's stream, and that's a few too many characters to fit on the thumbnail and people actually be able to read it. Oh, of course, 6 more weeks of board repairs. Because I was kind of trying to find a Groundhog Day theme. So luckily, it's looking like I don't have 6 more weeks of board repairs. And actually, quite honestly, since Windows 95 seems like it's running pretty stable now, I'm thinking the stability problems were this WinBond controller card that you can't see because I got the capture input open. I'm thinking my stability problems were actually this card. And I'm actually was almost tempted to remove the capacitors on it and see if by chance they were like dead or dying. Or if maybe even, oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I see something about this WinBond chip that I don't like. Groundhogs have 18 teeth or 22. I don't know, Thomas, but looking at this picture of a groundhog, assuming that's actually a groundhog, it looks like it has 2 teeth. Although maybe there's 2 more on the bottom. So I could not answer how many teeth a groundhog has because, quite honestly, I've never walked up to one and asked, "Hey, Mr. Groundhog, how many teeth do you have?" Because they usually run away. I know WinBond ones are usually good, but there is seemingly something distinctly bad about that WinBond card. But Anyways, I think I've done about all I'm going to do to the 386 tonight. I fixed my ROM socket. I got a BIOS that will give me LBA support. And it's actually the BIOS for this card, which is really cool. So that's even better than me trying to configure the XTIDE BIOS. So that actually, I think that concludes with everything I needed to fix about the 386. So I'm going to go ahead and shut it down and move it off the workbench and call it done for now. I think I've wrapped up what I wanted to do. Just as soon as it finishes shutting down. Yeah, I think you shortened the stream by about, yes, you probably did, Jeremy, which means I can actually pull the 486 on the workbench. Although, interestingly enough, Windows 95 appears to have Windows 95 appears to have crashed instead of finished shutting down. Although maybe it does that sometimes. Huh. Did I speak too soon about this computer? Well, I guess I'll reset it and see if Windows complains about not being shut down properly. At least. So I will. Yep, I'm going to keep an eye out for the style case I want for this computer. So, I mean, I was like this close to installing it in the. Oh, I just realized I don't have the disk ROM installed. Oh yeah, okay. It sometimes hangs and shut down. You know, it's been so long since I used it, I forgot that. You're right. I think it did sometimes just hang and shut down. Because yeah, it's not complaining about not being shut down properly. So I think everything's good. No. I want to find. It's hard to describe what I want. I don't want an XT style case. I'm not looking to put one of these in a case that looks like an XT. I want to find one of the like AT desktop style cases that can take full height cards. I saw one on Facebook Marketplace that was close to what I wanted, but it was actually not an AT style case. It was it looked like it was a Leanne Lee case, but it was an ATX case. It was for mini ATX, so it didn't have 6 expansion slots, so this board wouldn't have actually fit. But I kind of want something like that. That's an actual AT case, desktop case, but maybe not one that's for a full-size board. Because I'm not going to put any full-size expansion cards in it. I also wanted to enable the BIOS. I realized I'd shown off this without the BIOS running. If I can find a picture of the case style I actually want, I'll send it to you, Jeremy. I kind of have a specific case style in mind for this computer. I don't want to. I had a slight temptation to put this in the Emerson 386 case, but that computer works. So, and plus that computer's not. It's it doesn't have the keyboard port in the right place, anyways. So even though my Emerson 386 is quirky and sometimes aborts the memory test before it's scanned all the memory because probably dumb BIOS issue. Uh, it's a working computer. I don't want to like put this board in that case just because it's a working computer. Okay, so I got this BIOS enabled. Everything looks good. Windows 95 is behaving. We're good here. And the BIOS is enabled on that card, so. Anyways, yeah, if I find a picture of what I'm looking for, I'll probably post it to like Twitter and Mastodon so as folks kind of happen to see things out and about and maybe find it at I don't know, maybe even find it at e-waste and grab it and snag it. It's actually, if I manage to come across one, it's actually something I'd probably be willing to pay shipping for, and probably even would be willing to pay a reasonable amount for the case itself. But I would be looking for like hobbyist to hobbyist reasonable amount, not eBay seller to hobbyist eBay pricing. Because, yeah, I'm not going to pay eBay pricing for it. I'd rather not have a case for it than pay eBay pricing for it. The only reason I bought a case off eBay that actually is sitting upstairs, but I don't know that I'll get to it tonight. So it might be another PC stream for that, but I actually did buy an ATX case off eBay. It's actually a beige ATX case. But the only reason I bought it off eBay is because I made the seller an offer and they accepted it. I lowballed them and they actually accepted the lowball offer. So that's why I bought a case off eBay. But it's an ATX case and I think I'm going to put the Pentium 2 in it. Yeah, I don't want to pay eBay scalper pricing for the case, even if I managed to find one that listed the exact case I'm looking for. I'd probably, if they had make an offer enabled, I might offer them a more reasonable price, but yeah. Yeah, that 386 is chugging along fine. And actually, I noticed this about the wind bond card, but actually, that is not solder. And there's no telling how long it's been on it, but that doesn't look like... that just looks like debris from my workbench. And I don't think it's been on there the whole time. So... Well, Ryan, if it says anything why I made them an offer, and... Well, I mean, I didn't like lowball them. I'm not going to admit to how much I actually paid for the case, because maybe I still offered them too much, but they originally wanted like $150 plus shipping for the case I bought. I offered them something that was much more in line with what I thought was a fair price. Oh, yeah. Oh, a microscope. I was thinking you'd found a case on AliExpress. I don't know how good of a microscope that might be. I've never used that brand. So, everything, Ryan, I use a Hacko FX888D. Yeah, I use a Hacko FX888D. I actually have two better Hacko stations. Yeah, this is my story of sadness, and this is probably another thing I was going to use my birthday money for. But so I have a Hacko. Okay, so it's an FM 202, I think it is. It's one of their older stations. Actually, let me walk over and look at it. This is my story of woe, and I haven't rectified the situation. So, okay, it's show and tell time while I segue into the 486. And maybe this is the not intended to be the I forget what charity makes all the really sad commercials that make you feel bad about not donating to them, but this isn't intended to be that. This is my, I'm sure there's a moral of the story somewhere. Anyways, so I wanted something a little better than the FX888D. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the FX888D station. It works totally fine. It's a Hacko. I mean, the thing is, though, it uses the style tip. And yes, it has cooled down. You can better believe I did not, I was not going to grab this if it wasn't cool. But anyways, so this is Justin's show and tell time. Oh, you're right, Jeremy. It's you're right. It's the ASPCA makes those commercials. I was thinking there was another charity that does it, like the Save the Children or someone like that. Anyways, so the FX888D uses the style iron where the heater is in the iron, and you just replace the tips. So while there's nothing inherently wrong with this, you don't get quite as good of a performance as you would with the style where the heater is actually in the tip. Or at least some people say that that style works better, because I think Hacko can make the tip such that the heater is properly placed to help it thermally recover. Whereas these tips, it's kind of the heater is going to heat up, but depending on how much thermal mass is in the tip, your temperature may not be as accurate. But I mean, this works. You can certainly do board repairs with it. It's what I've been putting up with for reasons I'm about to reveal. Yes, I think if you all are looking at my tip and thinking it's starting to look really oxidized, I probably need a new tip for it, which I haven't bothered to order yet because I have these tips that I really would like to use. Look at these. It's the style for the better irons. So why am I not using them? Well, anyways, so I was looking for a way to get a better solder station without spending a lot of money. And I actually found, I think there were some YouTube videos, and they were suggesting that you can go get one of these FM202 solder stations that get decommissioned, because a lot of times there's nothing wrong with them. Ones that at least they test, because a lot of times when a company swaps to a newer station, they might just go and replace all of them. So they pull all their stations. And of course, a lot of times these are like tanks. So maybe they're switching to Metcal or something like that. You do, though, need to make sure you have the card, or you have to modify it to not need the card. But you can 3D print a replacement card. But anyways, so the FM202, there's instructions on Hacko's websites on how to convert it to use the FM2027 handle. You have to like change a few settings in the station. But then you can use the FM2027 handle that uses the, what are these? The T15 series tips. And you're good to go. So anyways, I bought this FM2027 handle off Amazon. It was from a third-party seller, and now everyone probably knows about where this story's going. So I get this handle. I actually bought a genuine Hacko tip. I bought this handle, which was supposedly Hacko. I forget which live stream it was. It was sometime last year. I'm using this solder station with this new tip, and I'm thinking to myself, this thing is working horribly. Why is it taking so long to melt solder? And someone in the chat was noticing the same thing, and they're like, I don't think your solder station is running hot enough. You need to turn the temperature up. I replied, well, I've got it set to 750 degrees Fahrenheit. And their response in the chat was, your iron is not at 750 degrees Fahrenheit. So I switched back to the FX888D. Uh, it works beautifully. It's actually heating the temperature. So I thought, well, I guess it's my FM202 station. Maybe there is something wrong with it. So a couple months go by. Hacko has their customer appreciation sale, which they do once a year. 20% discount code off of anything, including solder stations. There were a few exclusions, but nothing in my price range. Anyways, so I bought a 951 FX 951, but I just bought the actual station only because I'm like, well, I got a handle. And as far, I mean, it looked like a genuine Hacko handle, so I just bought the station with the 20% discount. So, I mean, I'm not kicking myself for buying this, but I get the station, I plug it in, I plug the handle in, I turn it on, set it to 750, put the tip in, the same tip, which I'm pretty sure I bought directly from Hacko USA, and it's doing the same thing. It's like, I can tell right away, it's not 750 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't know what temperature it is. It's not, I mean, things are taking too long to melt. So I'm like, I got it. As far as I can tell, it's probably this handle. And I guess this tale of woe is I haven't gotten around to buy a new handle. Because actually, I'm just going to buy I got to go buy it directly from Hacko USA. And so the kit that has the handle, and actually I'm going to buy the kit that has the solder, the iron holder, because this station actually has the port on the back to plug in the iron holder, so that when you put the iron in the iron holder, it'll actually reduce the temperature of the tip to save oxidation. So I might as well get that, because actually when I bought that station only, I forgot that if I had remembered that it really needs the iron holder to be able to turn the iron temperature down when you're not using it, I would have bought the whole box, and that would have been the end of it. Oh, there are YouTube videos on how to fix it? Oh, well, I didn't know that. Because can you really take these apart? Oh, you can take these apart. Okay, well, I guess I'll I guess I'll go find one of those YouTube videos. If you want to find one, and if you know of one right offhand and put it in the chat, I'll actually go ahead and save it to my watch later. Obviously, I didn't throw this away, because when I actually ordered the one from Hacko, direct from Hacko, I was actually going to, during one live stream, see if I could tell the two apart after putting some label on this one, so I knew it was the fake one. So I didn't pull get my genuine Hacko tip mixed up with the cheap knockoffs from Amazon that work horribly, like I did another time. But anyways, yeah, that's my story of woe. I got two better solder stations, and for want of a genuine handle, or at least fixing the obvious, well, I mean, it wasn't obvious at the time, but it's now obvious that I have a counterfeit Hacko handle, and so, yeah, that'll teach me from buying Hacko equipment from anyone that's not an authorized Hacko distributor. So, anyways, yeah, but anyways, Ryan, long story short, I'm still using an FX888D because I actually believe I bought it directly from a Hacko authorized reseller, which at the time I bought it actually had really good prices on their Hacko compared to direct from Hacko USA. And actually, that I would have probably bought the 2027 from them, but well, their prices went up, and now they're about charging what Hacko USA charges. So, like, well, I don't save money. No, Jeremy, the Hacko stuff is great if you buy genuine Hacko. When you buy the counterfeit stuff that looks like it's Hacko, in fact, that handle actually has the problem is, Jeremy, this handle, it looks Hacko, but this is probably a counterfeit. So this is not a genuine Hacko handle. This is I've now figured. Well, I mean, I don't know for sure, but because I don't have a genuine one to compare it with, but considering it doesn't heat correctly, this is not a genuine Hacko handle. That's the problem. If I had a genuine Hacko handle, I probably wouldn't be having this problem because Hacko makes really nice soldering equipment. I mean, it's not the best. I mean, I know if I had the budget for it, I would buy a Metcal station. They're supposedly better, but they cost like 10 times as much. Oh, Thomas could Thomas already sees, he's confirming it's fake. Anything that we can warn people to watch out for? Is there like is the logo wrong? Not to give away to the counterfeiters what they're doing wrong, but like they're going to find my stream. Yeah, kind of looking at it does look, something does look funky in this area. That yeah, now that I look at that in a slightly magnified view, yeah, that does look funny. Okay, well, anyways, Thomas says I can fix this, so maybe I can at least fix this and be able to use it. So I guess maybe on Dave's stream Sunday, I'll figure out how to fix it, and maybe I'll do this on Dave's stream Sunday. The model number is the model number is visible with the Hacko branding. Oh, that's, yeah. Now that you say that, yep. I see exactly what's wrong with it. Now that you say that, you're right. And it's probably something it didn't even dawn on me when I first got it. Oh, yeah. Yep. Okay. Yeah, I just found a picture. Okay. Yep, if I had noticed that on the handle right away, I would have returned it to Amazon. Unfortunately, I didn't notice that. I thought it was, yeah, I got fooled by the fact that I had a station I bought off eBay. Yes, I have heard a lot of good things about the pine sill, but I'm one or two. Yeah, I keep thinking that maybe I'd like to try a pine sill, but I don't know. I then keep hesitating because I'm like, well, I've got 2 Hacko stations that I can't use. Why do I buy a pine sill? Also, it would just be yet another USB-C device I gotta charge. I probably will break down and buy a pine sill because all the cool YouTubers are using them now. That must mean they're good. I don't know. There's just some things that I know Adrian likes them. Epitronics uses one. I know I think everything OCD. Oh wait a minute, that doesn't sound like his channel name. Borderline OCD. I think he uses one. Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe I'll get one. They are definitely cheaper. I don't know. For every time I buy something like the SRA brand of basically the SRA version of Quick Chip and cheap out, then yeah, I hesitate at buying something like a Pine Sill, which seemingly no one has problems with. Go figure. All right, so next up, because I would kind of like to get this board settled, is the 486 board. Now, one thing I do want to do, because I'm tired of setting the BIOS every single time I power it on, I'm going to install a... Oh, Adrian does have problems with the Pine Sill. Okay. I kind of thought he liked them, but yeah, I guess, yeah. Well, I guess you can both like something and have problems with it. Yeah, I've also looked at those KSGERs, but I keep hesitating on buying one because of Mac 84 Steve's glowing soldering iron that he had. That just scares me that it could malfunction that badly. And quite honestly, there's so many sellers out there selling them. I can't tell which ones are actually selling it and which ones are not. They're selling a clone of it, if that makes any sense. Do you clone a clone? But I just realized I got that low melt solder stuff everywhere on my workbench now. Anyways, I'm gonna put a Varda replacement here. But the one other thing that I did, which I did it when I got the chips, just so I wouldn't forget. But you might have noticed that one of these 74 series logic chips doesn't look like the others. Because actually, if I would show you this board, you will notice that all of these 74 series chips, with the exception of, oh, well, that's not a 74 series logic chip. I believe those are National brand, if I am looking at my logos correctly. Anyways, all of the 74 series logic chips that were originally on this board, and even that, yep, that's another one there. There's more. Ignore the TI one for a moment there. There's more. But yeah, all the 74 series logic chips, most of them are 74Fs. There is one there that I think's a 74. I think there was a 74 ALS right there. I don't think there were any 74 LS. But yeah, anyways, I think they're all national brand. But this one was a national brand too. But when I was having trouble getting the write back cache to enable, I don't remember if I did it. I might have done it on my stream. Or maybe it was Dave's stream, or it was somewhere. I think I was on someone's stream, and I just started pulling the 74 series logic chips that were socketed. And okay, that's actually, I think, that's a PAL. So even it's a Texas Instruments PAL, so that's not a 74 series chip. Anyways, I just started pulling the socketed 74 series chips, running them through my chip tester, and this one failed, but oh, actually, I don't want to remove it again. This chip failed, but it's actually it has a factory bodge on the bottom of the chip. I am not kidding. Honestly, I probably should put the I should probably implement the bodge on the board so that I could replace it with a standard logic chip and know that it's actually a good chip. But for now, I'm going to assume that it tested bad because of the bodge, and I'm just going to leave it here. But I'm not pulling it out again because I'm afraid I'll break the mod. Basically, there's a pin that's been cut, and there's a wire on the bottom side of this chip connecting from one of these pins over to another pin on this side of the chip. It might actually be the cut one, but it's weird. But the chip has the bodge on it, not the board. Yeah. Jeremy, I do believe 8 megabytes is the limit for a 286. There may be some 286 boards that support less. It is possible that there might be some 286 boards, maybe high-end boards that support more, but I don't know about that. I'm thinking 8 megabytes seems like the limit for 286. And I know early 386 boards, I think, also had an 8 megabyte limit. So like the early 386 SX, like 12 and 16s, I think those had an 8 megabyte limit too, although that may have been more chipset than processor limit. Later 386s, I think, can support. Actually, my 386 DX board there supports 32. This 486 supports 32. I actually have 2 VLB controller cards. I'll get to that in a moment. So anyways, this chip failed, but it has a bodge on it. This one passed. This one passed. This one passed. But the chip that was here failed, and it didn't have a bodge on it. So I ordered a whole bunch of 74. This is a 74F244. So I ordered replacement chips. And so this is actually the replacement. I went ahead and put it in here so I didn't forget which one it was. Now, the interesting thing is I've had trouble getting write back cache processors to actually enable write back cache. Interestingly enough, this chip is near the cache chips. I don't have schematics for this board, so I can't actually prove this was the problem, but it could be. We'll have to try it out, but I want to get a replacement Varda in. But the fact that this chip failed and all these soldered 74 series chips are the same brand, it kind of had me wanting to remove some of them. But maybe not necessarily these ones between the slots, because they're probably just buffering the signals going between the slots. It would be maybe more of like these two here. These two here, this one here, and maybe these two. Because those might actually have something to do with the cache. But these are definitely transceivers on the ISA bus. Because they're 74F245s. So they're probably bus. And I think a lot of these are probably bus related too. But I really hesitate to remove the ones that are between the slots because I don't want to damage the board. Anyways, I have 2 VLB controller cards, Jeremy. So I have this one here. This is the one that Retrotech Chris sent me. It is a caching controller card. You have to put RAM in it, and I actually borrowed the RAM that was in it for something else. Oh, that's right. I put the RAM that was in this in the 386. Because when I had the Mr. BIOS chip in the 386, which actually the Mr. BIOS I found is I think that was the other problem causing instability. Not only was that WinBun card seemingly unstable, I think that Mr. BIOS I found was actually not correct for that system. Because even when I replaced, so anyways. The only problem with this caching controller card is it does not support optical drives. It only supports hard drives. If you put anything other than a hard drive on it, it will not see it. The system will not see it. It will not work. And also from what I've read, these caching controller cards aren't necessarily any faster than a good a good controller card that actually supports like UDMA2. So, but I mean, this card works in this motherboard. I haven't had any trouble with it other than I can't use an optical drive with it. And obviously, I'd probably like to use an optical drive. So that's the only problem with this card. Otherwise, I mean, it works great. I mean, I've got a compact flash card on it, so it's kind of hard to see its caching performance. But I mean, the really cool thing about it is, though, speaking of 286s, and this is also why I made the comment about some high-end 286s may have supported 16 megabytes. And this may be because this is a later 286, and it's actually the 880C 286. So it may actually be a later stepping. But this caching controller card supports 16 megabytes of RAM. And I don't think that would be possible if this 286 didn't support it. And obviously, this bus logic chip is probably basically acting like the chipset. So it's probably something to do with it too. But it's possible that it's the 80C 286 that supports 16 megabytes. But yeah, it's a 20 megahertz 286 on this caching controller card. Yeah, that's when Chris told me about it, and I told him that sounds really cool. He's like, "Do you want it?" So I was like, "Sure, yeah, I'd like to take a look at that." So he sent it to me for a computer, and at the moment it's in the 486 because it likes hard drives, but it does not like optical drives, and they don't work. Also, it does have a I think it has an 8.4 gigabyte limit. So while I think I can use a slightly larger hard drive, it does have a 8.4 gigabyte limit. Or yeah. And the thing is though, because it's got a ROM on it for the caching functions, you can't just like you can't put an LBA card in it to fix the problem. But yeah, I installed a 286 into a 486. I did. Yeah. I made my 286 faster, or I made my 486 faster with the 286. And unfortunately, the groundhog goes away after tonight until next Groundhog Day. I might have to though find a different "Am I funny" or "Am I funny" graphic for the corner. But yeah. So anyway, so Jeremy, as I was saying, I have two VLB controller cards. Because I really was hoping to put an optical drive in here potentially. I through the power of buying a controller card on eBay, the place where I buy all of my bad ideas and maybe a few good ones. I bought this VLB controller card because, well, several reasons. It was a decent price. It had the jumper settings printed on the card. Not printed in the clearest way, but at least I think I can figure out what the jumpers do because it's printed on it. And because it has a ROM socket on it. So I was like, oh, great. I should be able to find a ROM that'll give me LBA support. I mean, it only has one hard disk controller on it, but that would mean I could use like even if this didn't like optical drives, I could find a 16-bit card, set it a secondary IDE and put an optical drive on it. But anyways, yeah. So I picked this up on eBay. And really, the reason I picked it is because it had a ROM socket on it. Now, in a previous stream, I think I tried putting a ROM in it and it wouldn't detect. But the thing is, these two IC sockets were empty. And so I ordered some chips for these from Mouser because I got the impression that those are required to use the ROM. Because I kind of found it interesting that there's three empty sockets, and the ROM, it didn't detect the ROM at all when I enabled it without those chips there. So we may try it with those two chips in it and see if it sees a ROM. But I'll have to figure out what ROM to write to it. So anyways, I think I did get this card to work though, otherwise. So it's a OD 6500A. Yeah, it's a VLB card. It's got a vision chip on it. The IDE I think this is the IDE controller chip. So it's a Vision QD 6500 chip. Oh, I think that's QD 6500A. Oh yeah, I think I did see that there was a 16-bit version of this card. And I mean, it is a UMC card. I mean, yeah, I think the Wind Bond cards were like some of the best, and then I think LG ones. But I think the UMC ones, at least some of them were decent. So I'm hoping this one's at least one of the decent ones. Dated no, wait. Is there a misprint on this card? Oh, okay. I didn't even realize you had did a video on this card. That that's that's wild, Chris. Yeah. Oh, come on, Chris. I was just gonna stop and watch that video now. Yeah, I'll watch it after the stream. I'll check the tantalums for a short. Although I think I've already tried this card, so I would have popped it otherwise. But actually, the other reason I bought this card and I don't have it with me is because it actually came in the box. So I think somewhere on my desk I actually have the terse instructions for this card. But most importantly, and unfortunately I pulled the 5 1/4 inch drive out of my 386 to put an optical drive in it. Video coming as soon as I can manage to convince myself to make it. I mean, I've got all the footage of me doing the upgrade. I just need to make the video. I gambled that the driver disc was actually going to be in the box because I couldn't see it in the auction pictures. The Wind Bond card beat it out. Yeah, that I figured. I didn't pay much for this card. But the thing is, I gambled that the floppy disk was going to be in the box because I was kind of looking for a VLB card that I actually could find the Windows drivers for it. And the 5 1/4 inch disc actually was in the box. I wish it was a 3.5 inch disc, but it was a 5 1/4 inch disc, and it actually is marked. It looks like it's the disc for this card, so I'll have to image it. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. Now, Chris, did your card actually have a BIOS on it by chance? Or did it just have an empty socket? So, anyways, so I have 2 VLB controller cards, and apparently, well, I mean, the caching controller card's decent for a caching controller card. And then I guess that card got beat out by a Wind Bond one. Doesn't surprise me. Anyways, let's, now that we've gone through all that, let me see if I can't figure out what I did with my box of PCBs. Oh, that's right. That's right. So I was assembling PCBs on Dave's stream, and because I didn't buy them from his sponsor, I was making sure the box was well away from my bench. I bought them from I bought them from where I could buy them from at the best price. So, but I was being respectful of Dave's sponsor, so I made sure the box was kept well clear of my bench. And actually, since you see the very corner of my box, you probably know who I actually ordered them from. But anyways, I was actually glad that Retro Techie didn't flat out ask me where did I get my boards from. But I think my response was going to be, they just showed up in my mailbox. I mean, they did just show up in my mailbox, but it's not where I ordered them from. Wait a minute. Oh, that's not good. All right. And now I'm stumped because I just pulled the chips off my workbench that I thought were the chips I need to install, the surface mount chip I need to install on this board. And I'm staring at the package of them. And even though I built one of those boards, there's still all 5 of those in the package. And I'm like, wait a minute. Are there some other chip I bought that look exactly the same? And the answer would be yes. I apparently have some random chip that looks exactly like these sitting on my workbench, and I don't know what they are. Great. I'm glad I didn't fall for that trick. You know, sometimes I can be mean to myself like that. I'll have to pull the microscope out and see if I can read any text on these other chips that look the same. No, they weren't buy 5, get 1 free from Mauser. But I mean, so these are the chips I need, the chips I need to install. Because they're maximum integrated hot swap voltage controllers. This is the part. But yet I have this strip of 5 parts sitting on my workbench, and they've got the same pinout. And I don't know what they are because they were just sitting on my workbench. Usually I put them back in the package like this just so I remember what they are, especially when they're surface mount and I can't read the text without pulling out a microscope. So I don't. In fact, actually, because I don't remember ordering another 5 of those. I mean, because the thing is that while I'm going to order a couple more of them because I have enough boards. I don't remember actually placing the order. Oh, I think I know what these are now. Yeah, these are C802. No, actually, I don't remember what those are. I have no idea what those are. So let me look at these Maxim chips and see what they're labeled. See, there we go. AMIP. Yeah. See. Okay, those other chips must be some like MOSFET or transistor or something that I ordered for something else. I know that Mauser gives a discount at 10, Jeremy, but depending on what it is and how many I think I'm going to use and how many they have in stock and other factors that I sometimes don't order the I don't order the quantity discount quantity. And in this case, because I didn't know which board would work better, yours or theirs, I think that's why I didn't order the quantity discount quantity on that order. When I reorder them, though, I am going to order enough to get a quantity discount. Because yes, I could have ordered 10, and I would have saved 11.5 cents a piece. But I didn't know which one I would. I didn't know which board would work better, so I did not commit to buying as many as I could have. Because actually, your board would actually be cheaper to make Oh, Chris says I got an update. Wind Bond beat the VLB card in seek time, but that was it. It was much faster in other areas. So, oh, good. Good card to have, but no optical support. Okay, well, optical support might is. I'm finding it common on some of those cards that they don't support optical drives. So maybe it's just as well that that card has only a primary IDE, because I'll just put a 16-bit ISA card that supports a. Oh, the bus logic card. Okay. Oh, okay. So the bus logic card was much faster in most cases. So okay. Well, then I probably will continue using it. It is. It's a very nice card. I just read some reviews from the period that were saying that there were some caching controller cards that were not worth the purchase price because they were hardly any faster than a non-caching card. So I guess Bus Logic knew what they were doing. So yeah, because Jeremy, actually, your adapter fits in the space of a Varda battery. Schottky diodes are a lot cheaper than these little surface mount surface mount dealies. Plus, through-hole parts are a lot easier to assemble. So, yeah, that's I probably will get a Sound Blaster card for this board. I'll probably get a Sound Blaster card for my 386. It's just that I was only willing to buy so much, and the Sound Blaster card or Sound Blaster compatible card just hasn't made it to my list of I'm going to buy this next for my computers. So anyways, I am going to I realize that you all cannot see what I'm doing, but neither can I for the some part. Oh, and I still have low solder up. Oh. This the taxi flux I'm using. The reason why I can't really see what I'm doing is because the tacky flux is less transparent than I wish it was. All right. Anyways, I basically tacked down one of the pins, so I'm going to wait, tack down the opposite pin and then. All right. Let's see here. Let me fix that and get that pin there. And then let me grab these other two pins. And then somehow manage to just completely dislodge the chip because that is how small this chip is. And all right, new tactic. Okay. Oh, sorry. I think yeah, I'll see. We'll see what sound card I come up with. I may get just a Sound Blaster Vibra 16 for this 486. Those you can get on eBay and they don't cost a lot and some of them have optical drives. Or actually, probably what I'll do is I'll probably get one of the Vibra 16s without IDE, put it in the Emerson 386, because I don't need... I'm just using the onboard IDE for the compact flash and the optical drive, because I actually got the optical drive to work on the onboard IDE. And then I got the... Hold on. I think I messed up this board. Actually, something is not right. The chip is crooked. I think when I accidentally lifted the chip, I bent the pins. Let me, or maybe I didn't. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I actually... Maybe I had a solder blob. I may have to pull the microscope out and look at this board. All right. Place your bets. Groundhogs are standing by to laugh at me if I manage to... Okay, well, maybe... Okay, so maybe the chip is... just a little bit crooked, but it does look like I got it. Looks like it is on the pads. Unfortunately, the problem is these chips are like really hard to test. Maybe I should have tried this under the microscope. Honestly, I almost was thinking of trying to get something like Bruce recently reviewed, a nice 10-inch screen. Or maybe I could just eventually set my workbench up the way I've been trying to rearrange it so that I can use my stereo microscope. All right, I'm hoping I haven't fried this chip. These chips are incredibly difficult to test because of the way they work. Basically, I'm going to have to solder the battery holder on, because in order to see if this chip is working correctly, I have to put the battery in. All right. Well, let's see if I manage to mangle this. It's such a small board, I just decided to give it a swim in isopropyl alcohol. Oh, I turned the... Well, actually, now that the flux is off the board, because I gave it a bath, it actually doesn't look too bad. All right, well, let me... I didn't want to solder a battery holder on it unless the... looked like I got the chip soldered correctly, because once I put the battery holder on, it will be, well, I'd have to probably remove the battery holder to rework that. All right. So that little chip is the description of it is a hot swap controller, but it's really I guess an ideal diode. So it has like a really low voltage drop. Also, Jeremy, I do appreciate on your Varda board the cheaper coin cell battery holder, which actually, oh, that reminds me, I need to submit a defect to this project's GitHub page, because the cheaper battery holders actually fit their board, and are considerably, the battery holder in their bill of materials is like I want to say it's like a $3 part. And the one Jeremy's uses on his Vardacure like $1. Oh, and I got solder in one of the vias. Oh wait, no, I don't have solder in one of the vias. I don't think I do. You know, all that trouble soldering this thing, and I think I managed to pull a board out of the box that has a defective via on it. Well, all right, well, let me see if that would, of course, be my luck. I didn't, let me see. All right, if this works, it's solder that I got in the via. If this doesn't work, then... Oh, okay. False alarm. I think I did get solder in the via. All right. Oh, let me... So I'm going to submit a defect to this project's GitHub and suggest they update their bill of materials to... I mean, sure, they can specify the better battery holder, but they could also suggest an alternate part. So, because I mean, the better battery holder they suggest actually is a little nicer. I mean, I'm not going to fault them for picking a nice battery holder, because the part they did specify is a really nice looking battery holder. It might actually be a little bit better quality, but I mean, this cheaper one is totally serviceable. Actually, for a lot of cases, I do like the fact that it's it's got plastic pretty much guarding the contacts. Although I guess really, if you're going to short something against the side of the battery, you're going to short something against the side of the battery. Anyways, there we go. All right, so got the flux cleaned off of it. Now, see if I can't figure out if I fried the chip. Well, I mean, it's a choice, but I guess the way GitHub works is I will have to submit a defect to that is the mechanism in GitHub to offer a suggestion, even though my defect is more of a consider offering an alternate part suggestion that's compatible, or however I word it. So, but that's the way in GitHub where you how you well, I mean, the other thing is I could clone their project, update the documentation, and then give them a pull request, but Okay. But I don't really want to clone their project, just to update their documentation to give an alternate part number. Yeah, I could do that too, but my fix is really more of a, um, here's an update for your wiki page. I'm just making sure this is a good battery before I bother. Okay, this is a good battery. It was just laying on my workbench, therefore I wanted to confirm it was a good battery, because I thought it was, but I wasn't sure. Okay, so if I put the battery in to this holder, and there you go. So the battery was reading like 3.01 volts and the pretty low voltage drop. So now if I measure the reverse voltage, okay, it does read that. Now, how did I confirm that this was actually... I don't know how I confirmed that this was actually working. Almost like I need to feed a reverse voltage into it and see if it blocks it. This is, I don't know. Okay, well, it looks like I got the chip on, and there's no, I don't think I don't think there's any shorts that I got between the pins. Oh, actually, I think I could use the diode tester on my multimeter. That might be what I did. So, oh, maybe that's not what I did. Okay, so I'm seeing a 0.6 voltage drop in the reverse direction. That's weird. Hold on, let me pull up the data sheet for this thing. Oh, I gotta look at the pin out again. Okay. I know last time I figured out a way to verify it seemed to be working, and I've already forgotten what I did. So, let's see. This is the output pin. That should be output. And this should be VDD, which I think VDD is going to be power in and out. Okay, and I'm seeing a 1.2 volt drop there. If I put this in reverse, it's blocking. Okay. So I'll put the battery in. Yeah, wait a minute. I think it is working. Yeah, because it blocked voltage in the reverse direction. But the way this controller chip works, I think I got yeah, that's right. So it blocked voltage in the reverse direction, but I think you have to have a certain voltage on it to get the low voltage drop. It's the way these work. It's like if you look, if it's using a oh, what is it? I don't. They're weird. It's not a it's not a it's not a simple diode. It's a um yeah um take the battery out. Cross. Oh, Thomas. The problem is these aren't. This isn't a diode. Um it's an ideal diode. If you look at the I'm trying to figure out where in the data sheet there's a diagram of its there's a diagram of its internal operation, and it's actually a I think if I'm looking at it, it's a got a some sort of a comparator and a MOSFET and something that it when it's forward biased, it conducts as little as 85 millivolts. Yeah, it conducts with as little as 85 millivolts of voltage drop, currents up to 1 amp. When it's disabled, though, it blocks voltages up to 6 volts. So without the battery in this board, the battery is also supplying, yeah, it's a power management IC. So without the battery in the board, there's no enable signal, so it blocks voltages either way. Wait a minute. If it blocks voltages either way without a battery in it, wait a minute. Was it blocking voltages either way? I may actually have to pull another one of those chips out of the package and just and test it on my bench, not in this board. Because actually, I think I noticed something that doesn't look right. So this is so it should be disabled because I have no battery. Although the thing is, with it not on this board, VDD is connected to enable, and this multimeter might provide it just enough. Yeah, okay, so it's blocking current that way. And should it's not enabled, so it should block it that. Okay, yep, it's blocking in both directions. Okay. Yep, I'm confident that, yeah, it's a power management IC. I'm confident that it is working correctly. So let me go ahead and install some pins into it. I kind of wish I had some of the pins that are like long on both sides, because it'd make it a little easier to install it. And I think really ideally I would have put these pins in before the battery holder, but no, I forgot to. Let me see if I got a little like breadboard or something to stick those in. Or actually, whoop, I'm losing. Actually, here we go. Let me just use a couple of these boards to serve as a alignment jig. Yeah, I picked the, I've got a version that takes some 1220 batteries, so ignore the fact that I seemingly just grabbed a different looking board. I decided that I would rather use CR2032s because they have more capacity. And it's easier to remove the battery because you could because the orientation of the battery holder. I do have some CR1220s, and I've got these boards. So if I got a system where there'd be something that conflicts and made it until the CR2032 didn't fit, I could at least still replace the Varda with something. Because while my 386, it was just annoying. I think on this motherboard there really is a setting that if I don't set it, this board doesn't work right when it loses its BIOS. So, I think I need to, first of all, make sure you all can see what I'm doing and fighting with. And second of all, use the power of blue tack to hold my alignment jig somewhat upright. So I'm just going to solder these pins onto the board. And then I'll install this. I'll get the board ready, put this in, but I might have to tweak the position of them because they go into an oval hole because there's just a little bit of wiggle room for these pins to line it up with your board. So I may have to adjust the alignment, but at least I got the pins in and can try to install it. So anyways, let me get the 486 board off of its resting place. And let me see here. And I think I'll start with just some solder braid and see if I can't get some of this solder to just wick up. And actually, that actually worked pretty good. I'll probably have to do this again on the bottom of the board. But that's actually wicking up pretty good there. Then again, that's the side that the battery didn't start to leak on. This one I might have to. Actually, I think I'm going to have to add some solder to that one because that's the one where the solder is looking just a little bit green. It's like the ISO slot beside it is kind of also looking a bit green. All right. May also have to go about trying to remove this on the other side. This might also be a case where maybe I can try some of that low melt solder. Because I think this is this is the negative terminal, so I'm on a ground plane. It's a corroded green solder on a ground plane. Yeah, I'm. Yep. All right. So I'm going to let me add some flux. And see if I add some solder. Oh, there we go. The flux. Yeah, that flux. All right. Now, I bet this will wick up better. Oh yeah, that's what it needed. Needed some flux and some fresh solder, and now yeah, I'm wicking away. Yeah, there we go. I'll go back to the other side. Now, this one will probably wick up. All right, and the positive. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize I was off screen. All right, so actually, the positive terminal. I think I may have just freed the pin, because the pins were actually still in the motherboard. Negative terminal. Actually, that's actually looking pretty good too now. Yep, there we go. There's the pin on the positive side. Let me just a little more careful heat and oh, pins out. Actually, I think that the negative side's almost free too. Heat. Actually, I think I need to add solder. Okay. And wick. Yeah, this board has a lot of tantalums. You see, the thing is, I think this was a higher end 486 board because there's no electrolytics on it. It's all tantalums. Now, granted, it's not granted because of the battery doing what it did. I mean, it didn't. I mean, the battery did start to leak. It did expel its contents somewhat on this board, but I think it turned the solder in this via into some sort of a lead's. Well, it did a number to the solder in this via, but luckily it didn't do any damage to the board. Other than the one 8-bit ISA slot's looking a little green on a few of its end pins. All right. All right. I gotta work this a little closer to me. Bear with me. Oh, there we go. Well, I almost got the pin out. There we go. I got the pin out. Yay! Board's kind of looking a little rough there, but I think that's just. Yeah, I think that's just burned flux. I think the via is, yes, I'm pretty sure the via is still there and still intact. I think that is just burned flux. And yeah, I don't see any signs that I pulled the via out. I don't see any lifted traces, and once I put some wick around that via, it kind of displaced some of that burnt flux. So yeah, I can get a new slot, but I don't really need to replace that slot. I mean, I guess on one hand, I would love to replace the slot so that I could put all the expansion cards in this computer, but on the other hand, just realistically, I don't have enough expansion cards to need to replace that one. All right, let me I guess let me well, no, let me go ahead and install this, and then I'll clean the flux up. That way I won't have a flux alcohol mixture on the board. And won't have to go rinse it in the sink upstairs, which then means I would have to wait for this to dry before I could try anything. Instead, I will finish my soldering, and then I will clean the flux off with isopropyl alcohol. And then I won't have to wait as long to test it. Okay, so let me make sure my battery holder is still relatively straight. So I'm going to start with the negative terminal. And I will actually, let me check the alignment. Yep, I'm still happy. It's not like perfectly straight, but it's like 99 3/4. So it's, I'm going to call that good enough to not risk that negative via any more than I have to. Just because it took more heat to get the pin out, and I want to be a little nicer. And I just, though, because of how those look after I cut the pins, I am at least going to make sure I didn't. Oh, there we go. Well, all right, I'll have to put a little more flux on that. All right. Well, I don't like the way that solder pad looks. There I go. Go correcting my work to make it look better, and all right. All right, let me try this again. Sometimes I do a solder joint and I just don't like the way it looks. I didn't like the way that one looked after I touched it up. There we go. Yeah, that looks better. Okay. So now yeah. So I guess if I do want to swap that slot out, Thomas, I think I saw someone on like the retro one of the retro groups on Facebook, although it was maybe a month or two ago, but they ordered they ordered some and had to order like a blue million of them to get like the few they needed. So I think they were offering them to people for a good deal if they needed some. So I am also, before I power this board up, there are like two traces on the bottom side of the board. Which I am going to take a look at before I power the board up. Let me at least clean the flux off the top side of this board, because it looks fine, but there's like two little traces on the bottom of the board that were near the battery that warrant a slightly closer inspection, which I kind of wish I'd noticed before I put this on, but I didn't, so oh well. I guess at least I noticed them, and I'll check them. But I'm just going to do a continuity test. I want to make sure that they have continuity, but you might actually be able to see them right there. There's right there is one of them. There's like two little dark spots, and then the one here, I think it's fine, although it kind of looks like there's some dark spots under the solder mask there too. But I'm just going to check that there's continuity there. Although I don't think that would cause the issues with the cache that I'm seeing, but could cause other problems. But I'm not going to scrape anything unless I get the impression that there is actually a break there. If I can, because those are, I think, going under the keyboard controller. I don't think there's actually a break there. Those kind of look like the things I've seen on boards where there's no break, but then again, I should probably check. Because while this board did largely escape unharmed from the leaky battery, I mean, there is the green on the one slot. This pin here was hard to desolder because it was all oxidized. But let me see, is that the trace there? I mean, I may have to scrape solder mask. All right, yeah, I guess I'm going to have to. Guess I am going to have to get the fiberglass pin out. I might as well double check that. Oh, I've got my answer. That was just a spot in the solder mask, because that's a good copper trace right there. Okay. Well, I'm glad I checked, because it could have really been something. But it looks like in this case, yeah, Oh, actually, that trace above it, though, that I thought looked like two little spots, well, that actually might be something. The bottom one that looked worse than the top one is fine. So there's the via, and yep, so that one's fine. Oh, first of all, board is still wet with alcohol. All right, so there's that. Oh. Okay. Okay. Nothing wrong there. Move along, nothing to see here. All right, I guess let me I'm just gonna go ahead and put a little solder mask on that. I just want to make sure the board's dry. Oh. See, YouTube is warning me about something. Oh. Now YouTube's warning me about nothing. Nothing that I'm going to worry about. Because YouTube is warning me about a non-problem. Well, at least I think it's a non-problem. Oh, am I still audible? Because actually YouTube, I just realized, is warning me that it thinks my bitrate went down to 0. Which that doesn't sound right. So if you can hear me, please put something in the chat. Because otherwise I'm going to have to assume that YouTube is actually not receiving audio. And that I'm going to have to do something. Oh, good. Okay. All right. Thank you for confirming. YouTube is giving me a warning in the console saying that my current bit rate, and it's telling me 0 is lower than the recommended. Well, yes, YouTube, 0 would be lower than the recommended bit rate, but I mean, of course, honestly, the error would probably be more useful if they really aren't getting a audio stream, would be to indicate that there is no audio stream. Although I could see streams where maybe someone just didn't want to send audio. I mean, I could see someone not wanting to send a video stream to YouTube, but that. Yeah. Okay. And I just spilled more isopropyl alcohol on my workbench. Quick, invest in an isopropyl alcohol distilling company because oh, and I unplugged my my board salon station. I think maybe I'll like to try to get a few more of those smart plug things that I use for my solder and desolder station to put my a few of my other devices that I don't implicitly trust to leave them plugged in all the time. So at least I can leave them plugged in, but with a second switch. Ooh. All right. So I just I gotta put some solder mask on the board to replace that I scraped off just to make sure that there wasn't a bad trace. I think looks like it was actually just a problem with the solder mask itself because the trace is totally fine. So so that I don't short that against something since it's on the bottom. But anyways, got the battery holder in. Battery holder looks good. It'll be nice to be able to put this battery in and not have to constantly restore the CMOS settings on this board. And then I'm going to, so I already have a write back enabled CPU installed. So the first thing I'm going to do is test to see if the replacing that 74 series chip maybe fix the problem with the write back cache. I'm not totally convinced that will fix it, but I'm not saying that might have not been I mean, that could have been the whole problem. Unfortunately, without schematics, I don't know if any of those 74 series logic chips have anything to do with the write back cache. For all I know, it's the BIOS that came on this board. Maybe has a bug in it, and there are no newer BIOSes for this board available. I think I even checked some of the on the retro web. I think I checked some of the other boards that have the same chipset, and it seems like largely as a whole, there were no different archived BIOSes for the chipset. Or at least nothing that looked promising. I am going to try to remedy that and see if they will archive the BIOS that's on this board, so that the next person with a board that maybe their BIOS chip failed, they can at least get something, even if this BIOS version turns out to not support write back cache, even though the chipset does. That would definitely be the prime example of a bug, which I'm sure some company might have spun as a feature. Hey, well, write back cache isn't that great anyways. You don't need extra performance. Wouldn't you rather have greater compatibility with things that you don't have? I don't know. I'm sure someone would have spun it as a feature. Also, I did make sure that the part of the board I'm trying to UV cure is actually under the UV lamp. So I did not fool myself like I did this weekend on Dave's stream, where I spent I don't know how long waiting for the solder mask to cure, only to realize that the part of the board that had the solder mask on it was actually underneath the back part of this unit where there's no way it could get to UV light. That was embarrassing. So yes, and it looks like the solder mask is actually curing. I did try to dab it on really lightly. All right, so let me take care of a few things. Let's see, I don't need the solder mask to manage to get all over everything. Oh, let me put away my these boards here. Yeah, yeah. Maybe the stream is. Yeah, this stream is 6 weeks long. Actually, sometimes it seems like it takes 6 weeks for this UV solder mask to cure. Okay, let me let it go for a few more another minute or two. You know, that would actually be a neat idea, Jeremy. I'd thought about like just putting a funny brand name on the top of this, but maybe I could actually put a Star Trek inspired Elcar's like holodeck. The maybe I could find the pattern for the holodeck Elcar's screen and put that on top of this instead, because you know it does kind of look like an arch. Or I could go all Star Trek Picard and find a picture of Moriarty from Star Trek: The Next Generation. Put that on it. Yeah, I was almost like this close to resubscribing to Paramount Plus for a temporary amount of time, but it would seem as if I did not beat the price increase. Because now I can't just subscribe to Paramount Plus. Because I think now you have to subscribe to Paramount Plus with Showtime, which costs more naturally. And all I want is Picard. And now that I'm saying this, I think I just realized they've done this on purpose. They have so done this on purpose. Also, I'm getting a reflection of UV light on my workbench. And I don't know, it's probably hard to see. I'll see if I can move this mat. But there's where some sample 88 spilled on my workbench. And actually, let me turn this light off. It'll probably be easier to see. Notice, it is UV reflective. So now I can see everywhere on my workbench where I spilled sample 88. I'll not wipe that up immediately. Notice how that is readily apparent where I spilled that. All right, I think actually I might have... Actually, I think that is... Okay, I'm not totally convinced that's totally cured. Let me give it one more minute while I find the battery that I just dropped on the floor. Okay, I think that's the battery I just dropped on the floor. So yes, I can now tell you that I have genuine sample 88, even though I did buy it directly from Amtech. Now I know it's genuine because it's got the UV tracer in it. I think I still prefer the 213 I've been using. However, I did notice Amtech's website seemed to have a couple of new formulas available to replace some of their other fluxes. And I was tempted to order their replacement for the 213 just to see how I like it. Yeah, that's probably why I'll end up paying for the ad-free version of Paramount Plus. Although it'll be my luck that that's even way more expensive now. Because I bet the starting at $11.99 a month now is probably the ad-supported version. But I don't know. I haven't gone to check. But I was tempted to subscribe to Paramount Plus for a month or two, or I guess it'd be 2 months, because however long Picard streams for, just so I could watch Picard. That's actually really about all I wanted to watch. I mean, I'd probably watch some of the other Star Treks too, but I mean, Lower Decks was neat. I don't know, just Star Trek Discovery, is that the one I'm trying to think of? That was weird. I kind of stopped watching that one after I don't know how many episodes. I kind of thought that one was odd. I guess Brave New Worlds, I might check that one out. I don't know. Maybe I'm just becoming a crotchety old person that would just rather watch Star Trek: The Next Generation, which I already have. Well, I have some of them on disc. I can rewatch them for free. Ah, yes. Yeah. And to your point of having to watch an ad before each show, Adam, I don't really like how Amazon Prime makes you watch an ad for another one of their shows before you watch one of your free Amazon Prime paid for shows. I mean, it's not so bad the first time that you see the ad, but they start to get really old really quick, especially when you're binge watching something. Yeah, I Strange New Worlds. Yeah, I know that the some of the Picard series were not as that great. I'm hoping season 3 improves. I guess I'm curious as to how they end the Next Generation again, which is probably the only reason I wanted to resubscribe, is because I'm curious as to how they end. Because basically, Picard season 3 is pretty much kind of like I'm given the fact that they're bringing all the cast back. Picard season 3 seems to be kind of like Star Trek: The Next Generation season 8. Although in reality, for a show in the 90s, they'd have 26 episodes or so, not 10. But okay. Okay, yeah, I like the original series. I mean, there were some episodes that the original series I thought were like really weird, but yeah, maybe I'll give Strange New Worlds a try. Yeah, yeah. If I resubscribe to watch Picard, I'll I'll check out Strange New Worlds too, of course. But yeah, I kind of want to see how they decide to decide to end the Next Generation on their redo attempt. Because that's basically what I'm given the fact that they've pretty much brought the entire cast back, that it's pretty much like the Next Generation season 8. Yes, Jeremy. I don't think there's many people that would disagree that Spock's brain was a poor episode. I mean, the fact of Spock's brain. I mean, I know there's other science fiction shows that have put other characters' brains in a jar to operate cities, but that was definitely not one of their best. Although Adam has a point, at least Wesley isn't in it. Yes. Okay. Yes. Wesley Crusher. Yeah, there are times where I think that the Next Generation could have maybe done with Wesley Crusher being a maybe more of a recurring role. As weird as that sounds, but maybe maybe they could have rethought how they did Wesley Crusher. There were definitely a couple of episodes with Wesley Crusher that where I don't know that there's- where the way what Wesley does in the episode makes him really seem like he's a whiny kid. Although maybe that's the direction they were trying to take his character in. I don't know. I don't feel that Wesley should have become a red shirt, but maybe I feel that Wesley should have maybe been uh, taking classes on Earth and maybe occasionally visited the Enterprise since his mom was serving there. I don't know. It's like, yeah, some of the episodes with Wesley are just not my favorites. The I think it's episode 2, season 1, episode 2, or maybe it's episode 3, because Encounter at Farpoint, I guess, depending on if you're counting Encounter at Farpoint as the way as originally aired, where it was one long episode, or as the way it was syndicated afterwards, where they broke it up into a two-parter, I believe. Uh, which means, okay, maybe it's episode 2, maybe it's episode 3, but that episode was like one of my least favorite Wesley Crusher episodes. Of course, granted, that it's probably one of my least Next Generation episodes, because it is so rough, and they're trying to. I think it's the episode. I think it's called "The Naked Now," and it's like carrying on the plot of a original series episode, which ends with Kirk getting his shirt ripped off, of course, to get a vaccine. But the original series episode's better than the Next Generation remake. I don't know. I was like one of my. I usually don't rewatch it when I watch through the Next Generation. Okay, so I've got this motherboard in. I got it powered up. Got the battery in. Got the keyboard plugged in. Was about to throw the switch, and I realized that, maybe I should plug the monitor in so that we can all see what's happening. Which means I got to figure out where the monitor cable. Yeah, I was about to plug it in and wonder why I can't see anything on the scaler, because I forgot to plug the monitor cable in just about. Oh. All right. So let's see. Okay, that's weird. Okay. Two interesting issues here. First of all, it didn't count up to 32 megabytes of RAM. Although I think this board has done that when powering it up for the first time. Oh, it is February. It is February after all now. So let me set the right date. Yeah, it counted up to 18 megabytes. Not 16, not 32, but 18. And also it complained the battery was low, which is also weird because I think the battery should not be low. Oh, it's also. Now I just realized it's actually almost midnight. My, how time flies when you're trying to repair a motherboard. Yeah, maybe it is broken. I might have to throw it away. All right. Hard disk type. Okay, I need to set it to type 1. Oh, I forgot to put the compact flash card in. Well, that's going to okay. That's chipset setup. I think all this is right. Yep. Okay. Let me see. I got to figure out what I did with the compact flash card for this system. Yep. That's right. This system does that. And it didn't complain about the low battery either. There we go. It counted. Yeah. The poor groundhog. Okay. Yeah. Oh, wait. Yeah. Groundhog Day's almost over. Oh, wait. It started. Yeah. Okay. So, what I'm going to do is power the system off. And I'm actually going to well, actually, there is no standby power on AT. So, I'm going to power the system off. And see if I can find the compact flash card for this system, which I have creatively misplaced somewhere. And oh, there it is. Okay. And let me grab the adapter. So I only have one of these adapters. There we go. And let me see here. Plug that in, give it power. Yeah, see if I can boot Windows XP on it. I don't know. I think Windows XP might be just a bit too new for this board. Now, the thing is, this board has a capacitor in it that's fairly large. So I'm not exactly sure that that was long enough to keep it off to see if the clock, see if the battery's working. But I mean, it's good enough for now. What I'll do is I'll leave this off overnight, and then try to power it up in the morning, and make sure that the clock is set. Drive configuration. Yeah, okay, that's correct. Yeah, I think the controller card was just complaining where I'd powered it up without the drive, and then powered it up with it, and it remembered it had changed. So now the thing is, I am going to see if let me go into actually I need to do one thing here. I forgot. One of the utilities that checks cache does not like it when HiMem.sys loads. So let me boot DOS here and skip the startup. All right, and let me see, check CPU, and we are in write through mode. Bummer. Still in write through mode. Okay, so that logic chip was not the cause of the problem. Let me check the BIOS settings. I'm almost thinking that there's a bug in this BIOS or something. All right. I'm going to turn that on. Internal, external cache, turbo switch enabled. In-memory relocation. Advanced chipset setup. Let me check. There's a... There it is. Cache control. Let me set that to right back dirty. Go ahead and turn those on that they're cacheable. Little bonus speed boost. Okay. Let's see. Adam got Windows 98 running on a Power Mac 8100. It only takes 7 minutes to start up. Yeah, I bet so. All right, so I just changed the BIOS setting. I don't think it's going to fix the cache problem. Probably I'm going to have to either just live with the fact that this board, right back cache isn't working on this board, which maybe I'll just find another 486 board for right back. I mean, wouldn't be the end of the world. I'd be leaving some performance on the table, but it is a 486. Yeah, I know, you're doing it in software on an 80 megahertz CPU, yeah. I'm actually surprised that it only takes 7 minutes to boot. Well, okay, I forgot to skip the startup files, but let's see here. Yeah, if right back cache doesn't work again this time, then I'm going to call it for the night, because it is midnight. It is no longer Groundhog Day. So I would... Oh. And actually, I think the check CPU tool doesn't mind. Enable to... right back mode. All right, well... Well, that... I think that concludes that the logic chip I replaced did not do it. And it is also past midnight. So I would like to thank my groundhog friend here for sticking around and providing some comic relief during the stream. And I'd like to thank everyone in the chat for hanging around while I tried to wrap up some of these PC projects. So yes, yeah, Jeremy, I probably will do a Pentium system. So, Jeremy, I do not think it's the cache RAM, or, I mean, it is something that I'll put on my list of things to try, because I did install bigger RAM, cache RAM chips, but and you know, that is true. I did not have a CPU that supported write back cache when I had the smaller RAM chips installed. So I will add that to my list of things to do next time on this board. So probably next week, I may do, hopefully, what will be one more DOS or PC-based stream, because I have a few more things I'd like to try on this system. I guess putting the old cache chips back on. I'd maybe like to ponder some of some of the traces on this board to see if I can figure out if any of these logic chips are in the path of the cache lines on the CPU. Or maybe if I can find a manual for a motherboard. I've looked, I can't find the manual for this motherboard. Maybe I can find the manual for another motherboard that uses the same chipset. Might give me an idea. Oh yeah, the groundhog. So yesterday, now that it's past midnight, February 2nd is Groundhog Day. So that's hence the groundhog theme. Basically, and that's also the joke of my thumbnail for anyone that stuck around and is wondering. So, Groundhog Day, this, the story goes, if the groundhog sees his shadow, you'll have 6 more weeks of winter. And if the groundhog does not see a shadow, you'll have an early spring. Of course, granted, my opinion on the matter is groundhogs are not meteorologists, and they probably don't know what a shadow is from a tasty morsel on the ground. I don't know. Uh, Hence the joke of my thumbnail that if the groundhog saw his shadow, there would be 6 more weeks of PC repairs. 6 more weeks of PC board repairs. Luckily, the groundhog, for the record, for those at the end of the stream, so Puxatawny Phil did see a shadow. However, I don't listen to Puxatawny Phil. I listen to Concord Charlie. Concord Charlie did not see his shadow. Therefore, I'm listening to Concord Charlie because I want an early Marchintosh. Actually, I'd like an early spring too. Actually, some of the weather lately has been spring-like. But I don't know. Groundhogs aren't meteorologists. So, yes, I listen to Concord Charlie. That's the groundhog at my alma mater. And actually, when I got up this morning and realized that my alma mater was on the inclement weather policy today, I realized Concord Charlie was not going to see a shadow. Yes, 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 yes! There's more than 2. Puxatawny Phil's the one that gets the national news, and Concord Charlie is the one that gets the Concord University alumni all psyched up because, well, Concord, yay. Yes, I am looking forward to some warmer weather. Anyways, thank you, Mr. Groundhog, for your service. I will let you go back into hiding until next year. So long. So anyways, yeah, there's been more than 2 for plenty of time. But anyways, but yeah, I guess the 486, I'm going to ponder it a bit more over the next week. Probably will try putting the old cache chips in. Maybe this board doesn't support write back mode with 256K of cache. I don't have the original manual. I can't find it. So I could try that. Ponder the way the board runs. See if there's any 74 series logic chips that look like they are between the CPU and the cache. Because there are 3 lines on the CPU that have to do with cache mode, or the cache for write back cache. So, and then I have a Pentium 2 system that I've been working on. I have a case for it, and I'd like to actually put it in the case. So it actually build a system. So anyways, and then that'll kind of wrap up the PC stuff that I wanted to do. But anyways, the 386, it's done. Thank you, Jeremy, for finding the BIOS for that controller card. That saved hours of work trying to get XTIDE BIOS to run. So the 386 it'll be safely sitting on the shelf until next time I need a 386 system like that. So hopefully next week, maybe we can get this 486 straightened out and then get the Pentium 2 system in the case. So that way I can say, all right, I'm done with PCs for now. Time to switch gears for Marchintosh, because Marchintosh is right around the corner. And with that happy thought, I am going to wish everyone a great rest of your day. I would like to thank everyone who stopped in the chat to chat and ask questions and whatnot. Don't forget to smash that like button and subscribe if you aren't already, because that helps the YouTube algorithm. And click that notification bell so you know when I go live or upload videos, because you won't want to miss the next exciting live stream or when I actually get one of these scripted videos out of the video pipeline. So, And to answer your question, Jeremy, I actually have two 386s. And I'm going to keep both of them because one of them is a department store boring 386. I don't know which department store you would have bought it at. I mean, maybe it was like I don't think it was Sears, but anyways, it's like a 386 SX16. It's the low end of the 386s. And then this DX40 is the high end of the 386s. So I'm gonna keep the two. I don't know that I really need any more 386s past that. And then we'll go from there. Anyways, yeah, I'll see everyone on Sunday on Dave's stream. Have a great rest of your evening. And, ooh, and I will have to check that laptop out next time I'm in the DC area, Chris. That sounds like a really cool 386. Unless you've done a video on it, then you can like send me a link. I'll watch the video. But yeah, a color screen on a 386, that sounds really neat. And with that happy thought, I am going to end this stream because I do have to go to work in the morning. So see y'all later and take care. Happy Groundhog Day. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.